Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car.
Wow.
I nearly lost it all.
Wow.
When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. You know, people ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon to all you business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, from Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our first guest this afternoon epitomizes versatility and adaptability in all aspects. This gentleman, Adrian Archie, started off in college as a major in psychology, getting his bachelor's from University of Richmond. But he was also a college athlete, so a student athlete while he was there. Went on to play professional football with several organizations, the Atlanta Falcons in the NFL, and the Montreal Alouettes in the CFL. But then transitioned, to a business career, both in sales, as a marketing manager in brand management, but ultimately to his entrepreneurial role in the company that he's founded and CEO of right now, Pet in Mind Holdings, Inc. So a lot to offer us today, a lot of questions because I'll be doing a fireside chat with him. So a lot of questions I have for him about all of those transitions and what kind of determined those and his decision process in that making. So without further ado, please help me welcome Mr. Adrian Archie. How are you?
Mr. Wormsby, how are you today? Thanks for having me.
I cannot complain. Thanks for being here. Quite the interesting background that we'll get into all with some of the questions that I have for you. But first, where are you calling in from today, and tell us the name of your company.
Yeah, for sure. I'm calling in from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where I've lived for a while. Originally from North Carolina, Concord, and my name of my company is Pet in Mind Naturals Franchise Group. Okay,
so we're going to get into all the details. I guess my first question. You went to college. Were you on a football scholarship or just, walked on and went on to play?
No, full scholarship. University of Richmond was my choice, but I had a few choices coming out of high school, so I was fortunate, but full scholarship at University of Richmond.
All right, so why the psychology degree?
That was Great question. So I actually wanted to be a vet all of my life, a veterinarian, and I started pre-vet at Richmond. Being young and a full scholarship athlete is a full-time job. I don't know if people really understand that. You don't have any free time. And I was young and I switched my major because pre-vet was a really, really tough a path. And then, but I'm interested, and you'll see as my resume, I'm an emotional intelligence coach in addition to what I do now. The way people think and interact is important to me. So psychology made sense as well. Not that it was easier, because I think I writing 50 and 100-page papers didn't really make it easier, but it just fit where I was at that moment.
All right. And so you finished your bachelor's program, got drafted, or was an unsigned draftee?
I wish. Yeah, draft day was tough because no, I didn't get drafted, and nor did I really expect to. At the time, Richmond's 1AA, which now is I think the F. It has a different name now, but we were
FBS.
Yeah, exactly. So we were one level below. So I ended up going to undrafted, then going to Montreal in the CFL for my first year in 2003 and 2004 season. I got cut up there in mid 2004 season, came back and was doing some things, moved back to North Carolina, and then Atlanta Falcons signed me. I went to camp with them and then got released from them. And that's when I transitioned into corporate America.
Okay. All right. So talk a little bit about your, studying psychology, psychiatry, how the brain works, et cetera. And you start playing football. Did you kind of think at that point, hey, this is, what I'm going to be doing and my life's going to take a different path? Or did you always have it in mind that you were going to be coming back to what you'd studied in undergrad?
No, great question. I mean, I was my dream, other than being a veterinarian, was to be a professional football player, and I was fortunate enough to make it to that level. But being undrafted was a walk on the moon, if you want to say that. I don't think people really get it, but everybody in professional sports isn't making millions, especially guys like me that are making teams on a daily basis. You make the team in camp, but I mean, you can get cut at any day. So I got cut in Canada twice. And when the Falcons cut me, I was ready to move on. It wasn't fun anymore. I was broke, because when you're making teams, you're not really making any. You wouldn't be surprised what guys that are undrafted and trying to make the team are really making. In some cases, is really, really lower than hourly workers. So when they cut me that last time, I was like, you know what? I have a brain. I have a great degree from a great university, and I know I can do other things. And I had friends that at that point didn't go professional and had moved into corporate America 3 or 4 years and gave me some advice of what I should go and do. And that's how I proceeded.
So talk about that first transition and that first, job in the kind of corporate world or business world, because you didn't start off as an entrepreneur, correct?
No, sir. Entrepreneurship came in 2016. So when I left football, I knew sales was where I wanted to go. I mean, I can build rapport with people. I have an outgoing person. I'm a driver. So sales made sense. I started off in copier sales, going to cold calling and literally canvassing the city in Richmond, Virginia. I moved into pharmaceutical sales. And then from there, I ended up with a company called Stryker in medical device sales, where I was selling drills and saws for brain and spine surgery for 10 years. And the last 2 years of that, I went into brand management, global brand manager for them. But I learned a lot. The transition was tough. To be honest with you, sales is you have to work. But I learned a ton of information there. Number one, how to communicate with people. Number two, how to business plan and find the opportunities and build a pipeline. But most of all, to really understand myself enough. And that's when psychology came in, to be able to get out the bed every morning, because in medical device sales with Stryker is full commission. Now, once you get your pipeline going, you can make really, really good money in the medical device industry, but you work hard and you really have to believe in what you're doing and really have to be a self-starter. So football helped me with that. I had the work ethic. I was competitive. I knew how to play on a team, but really going out there and fishing on your own and having a whole state to convert hospitals and neurosurgeons, who are some of the smartest people in the world. There was a tough transition, but I learned a lot there. And really the base of that was football.
So for those folks who are listening to you now, you said it real fast, so they may not have really understood, or some people heard it but don't know what it means. When you say full commission, explain to folks what that means.
Yeah, full commission can mean a lot. I mean, if you're entry level and cold calling people for like an insurance company, full commission may be a really tough gig because you're not making tons. But medical device sales, you have medical device reps, and depending on what sector they're in. I was in neurosurgery, which is always advancing and having new technology. But you have guys out there making mid six figures and higher in full commission. So the way it worked with my particular role is you had a base product and you had a capital product. You had to sell the capital product into the hospital, which was, a big sale. But the base product is what they used every single surgery and threw away, is where the real money that you made every month came. So just understanding how your commission base works. The full commission scares a lot of people, but what you'll find is in most full commission jobs, especially at a corporate level, you can make the most money.
But full commission means it's
no
only you only get paid.
Yeah,
if you sell something. Right.
Yeah, you're lying out on the Serengeti and you kill what you eat.
Right. That's what I want folks to understand who may not be familiar. It's like full commission means, hey, I either make a sale or I don't eat that week, or that month or whatever it's going to be. So yes, it's a high pay rate, but you got to convert.
You got to work. It's no days off, to put it that way. I mean, even when you have nothing to do, you need to create some activity.
All right. So what made you leave kind of the corporate structure and doing sales to being a founder of a company and going the entrepreneur route?
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, I've been in corporate America at that point about 14 years. I was a little weary. I went internal. So being out in sales, my manager was in 4 states away, right? It was my schedule. I was free to do what I wanted, obviously working hard, but if I needed to do something or wanted to take a day off, I had the opportunity. I went internal, and the politics internally at the company didn't really pan out for me. To be honest, it was a bad breakup with the particular director I had at the time. I did well. I thought I was doing well, thought it was the best year of my career, but things didn't work out well. So once I was presented with a performance plan that I didn't think I deserved, I didn't want to do what a lot of other people in that particular company did and just kind of take it and move to another division. I didn't think it was right. It didn't feel right. Me and my wife spoke about it, and I wanted to get back to my passion, which was pets. And the pet industry, which I'm sure we'll get to, is one of the fastest growing. It's going nowhere because of how much people love their pets. So it made sense for me to jump ship. And I left and started full-time entrepreneur about a year later after I figured out what I wanted to do and started my own company. And here we are almost 13 years later.
All right. So talk a little bit about that motivation, your passion and the motivation for that. So, talk about the passion for pets, animals, as you mentioned, and where did that come from? What was the root of that? And then talk about why you chose that as your business.
Yeah, for sure. So from the time I was a small child, I have a 4-year-old now, and I can remember at her age, if you ask my mother, one of the things I said I wanted was a pet store and my veterinary practice right next to it. So my mom allowed me, single mother in North Carolina, right outside of Charlotte, Concord, allowed me to have every pet that you could think of under the sun and growing up. And I don't know where that passion came from because nobody else in my family is really that passionate about pets. But I always have been about animals. I have a scientific. I'm a driver, but I have an analytical mind when it comes to science and nature, and I've always been set up that way. So when it was time to go and figure out what ship I was gonna steer, pets made sense. And looking at the industry, it's grown even more now. When I started in 2016, the industry was about $90 million. 2020, during COVID, it grew like few industries did to over 100 billion. And by 2030, it's going to be a $500 billion industry worldwide. So and almost 250 billion in the United States. So the industry made sense for me. I mean, not many people like me looking like us in the pet industry. So I could go and forge my own path and blaze a trail, but really get back to what I love. When you look at my particular business specializes in pet nutrition, dog and cat nutrition, which is the biggest part of the industry, but the most misunderstood if you ask pet owners. Well, I could break down information to a neurosurgeon who literally after 4 years of college goes another 16 years of school to become a neurosurgeon. So really the smartest people on the planet, I was able to convert them and make them my clients in the hospitals they were in. So speaking to a pet owner about their pet food made a lot of sense for me. Now, I will say, Mr. Warrensby, that if I could do it over, I would have transitioned a little different. I would have planned a little better. I would have made sure my capital was in place. But from the aspect of what my passion was and what I knew I could accomplish, it made a lot of sense.
Okay. Well, actually, we'll do a follow-up on that in just a second, because that's an interesting point that you make there. but talk about your business model so that we understand a little bit about Pet in Mind. Is that?
Yeah, pet in mind, just like it's spelled, PETNMIND, right. All one word. So,
okay.
Yep. So I had
talk about your business model.
Sure. I had a cat named Rocco at the time, and he died at 18 years old a couple years ago. But I started the company because of him, because I before I started it, I had a lot of problems with that the veterinarians couldn't help me with, because vets really don't do nutrition. So I figured out it was nutrition, and helped him just on my own research and being a nerd somewhat. So 7 years later, when I started my own company, I knew nutrition was the go. So I have a retail brand that specializes in all natural, all quality nutrition. Believe it or not, most dog and cat nutrition on the market, especially in big stores, is junk. It's not really good for them. And all the problems that they go to the vet for, 95% of them relates to nutrition. So we specialize in nutrition. We have a service portion related to that with grooming and self-washing that helps complement the retail. And in 2021, I made a lot of mistakes from 2016 to then. And the goal was for me to franchise the concept. So we actually accomplished that in 2021, franchise the concept. And now we have 3 locations, 2 in Florida, 1 in California. So I've transitioned from a retail company primarily to a franchise company. So that's what we're growing with. But if you look at the store, it's a retail storefront. We call it small box, meaning no more than 1,000 square feet. Focused on nutrition. We help people with the hardest part of their pets' lives really become partners in that, and have a service that helps them. And ultimately, from a business owner perspective, really quick, is that small box not only is unintimidating to the customer, to the pet owner, but it's a really easy concept for someone to come into in a huge industry that could be overwhelming. It's simple system, small footprint, very small payroll, 1 to 2 people in the store at a time, is semi-absentee from an ownership perspective. And because it's a small box and you look at franchises, you have pet franchise that is north of $500,000 in investment to start. We're much, much lower than that. So it makes a ton of sense. But we have a concept that is top notch in the industry that's growing. So that's the business model that is kind of grown to where we're at now as a franchise company.
So talk about your transition into being a founder and owner, and even having your passion being pets, knowing that you wanted to focus on nutrition. Why did talk about why you chose the founder route versus the franchise route? Because there were other, pet stores out there where you could have been a franchisee, et cetera, et cetera. Talk about why you chose that route, and talk about the transition you had to make then from being in sales, being in marketing, being internal as a manager or leader, to all of a sudden, being out there on your own.
Yeah, great question. So I actually looked at another pet franchise that's very successful, primarily based in Canada, and they have locations in the United States. And we went back. That's where it took me a year to transition, because we went back and forth for a while. Most of their franchises on the West Coast. I really like what they were doing from a concept perspective and product perspective. And I'm in Florida. So at the last minute, they kind of pulled out because they didn't know how it would work with me being so far away from their base. And I said, I know what, I can do this myself. So I had some capital at the time. Also had a whole life insurance policy that had some cash value in it. So I converted my company, my 401k, which I don't know a lot of people know you can do that, but I converted my retirement into a corporation. I used some of that cash value in that whole life insurance policy, and I started a company. And I had some sense at that point of what the franchising model looked like, because I went through the process, got a lawyer. We created did the paperwork and actually created a franchise. Now, the transition from that perspective was rough. I had no idea what pet retail. I had no idea what retail meant. I was a sales rep in medical devices for years. I had no idea what it meant to found a company. I didn't have a team. I had some money there, but I wasted a lot of it learning, right? Now, I will say that as a franchisor now, and it's kind of a golden lining to all of that, because I wasted a lot of money up front with products expiring because I bought too much and going through a lot of different bad transitions. Football helped me continue to run into that wall. I knew how to get up and work like we did in football, so I just kept going. But now as a franchisor, I sell my mistakes. my franchisees don't make those mistakes that I made because I went through them. So I wouldn't recommend anybody take my route. I would recommend they talk to someone like me and come aboard with what we're doing. But I'm not embarrassed about that because it actually helps my business model now to support the people that put their faith in me. But the transition was rough because even though I planned well because I knew how to plan because of what I did in medical device full commission sales, I had no idea how to plan a business. I had no idea how to plan being a founder and growing a team and capital management and budgets and cost of goods and all the things that I ran into.
Right. So let's talk a little bit about that in the transition. And you'll see from my question, the transition from football to here. So you talked about some of the mistakes that you made, and one of the things that you think, hey, is a plus out of that, silver lining out of that, is the fact that now you can sell your mistakes, in terms of being a benefit to your franchisees. Talk about then the benefit, the values of a coach, and think about it from your football days and talk about that versus here. And I'm a business growth coach,
Sure.
or business growth imagineer. And one of the things I always tell folks is everybody needs a coach.
Agreed.
Even professional athletes who are getting paid for being, for playing, use a coach. Talk about what you felt you made as mistakes, how a coach would have benefited, you in that respect. And, what advice you would give to folks about, utilizing mentors, coaches, people who can, show you the path and show you the way.
No, I think it's everything. And at the time I didn't really, it's funny because I had coaches from the age of 6 to the age of about 24, 25 with football. But when I went into business, I didn't recognize it at the point. I'm also an emotional intelligence coach now, as well as a franchisor. So I truly believe that coaching is necessary. My coach in college, my head coach, Jim Reed, I still am in contact with now, and he sees me on social media and he'll give me advice then and I'll take it. That's how much I believe in coaching, and having a good one. If I could do it over, I certainly would have, number one, spoke to somebody who had a retail background, someone that knew how to coach Black entrepreneurs. Because even now, I'm the first African-American in the franchise industry to franchise in the pet industry successfully. So even now, I'm still kind of at the edge all the time. So what you'll find when you're founding a company is I say this very candidly, is your toes are on the edge, and you need somebody like yourself, Mr. Wormsby, that speaks to a lot of business owners, has experience of the challenges that you face, not just business challenges, but mental challenges, emotional challenges. I mean, I was depressed for years because I transitioned from a company. I didn't feel like it ended right. And then I went and started and sat in the retail store every day. So the depression I went through alone would have made most people quit. Football helped with that because the only thing you know how to do in football is work. And I mean, football never ends. And I'll end what I say with this, and hopefully I answered your question or we can expand on it. But when I take my experience in football and being coached to through transitioning from corporate America to business to even now pivoting into franchising, which is an industry within itself, football is one of those things, and coaching is that you kind of work thousands of hours for literally in a football game, if you're a starter, for about 14 minutes in a game. So you put in winter, spring, summer practice all season for 14 minutes. So what a coach helps you do is perform when the lights come on. And I think that's what entrepreneurship really requires. Or when I speak to a potential franchisee that I'm asking to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and I want them to believe in me, I have to be ready when those lights come on. When you transition from a career in corporate America and you don't want to waste things like I did, you need somebody that can, behind the scenes, keep you between the lines and make sure that when those lights come on, you're ready to go. And that's what a coach can do.
So you've talked pretty candidly about your different experiences and transitions and the diversity, and I'll say the diversity and the adversity of all of the experiences that you've had. Talk a little bit about the mindset that you feel is necessary to be able to make those kinds of transitions, and what helped you in kind of identifying, hey, this is the transition I want to make, going from football to medical sales, to go from medical sales to managing medical sales, to leave there on a bad experience, and I didn't like the way that was run, but I'm going to go do something on my own now. Talk about through all that diversity of experience and the adversity of challenges, how you made those transition decisions, and what advice you would give to folks out there now, kind of looking to make some of those changes in their life or in their career, or from business employee to business owner.
Sure. Growth mindset is, I think, no matter what you do, I think that's something you should develop. It's always every day is an opportunity, right? The sun is constant. So if the sun can be constant, then when you wake up, forget about what happened yesterday. You have to be able to wipe that. And I think one of the things that I've gained through my experience is being vulnerable. I think a lot of us vulnerability, right? A lot of we've been taught that vulnerability is a weakness, but I disagree. I think vulnerability is what opportunity is based on. You're able to put yourself out with your toes on the edge for the opportunity, and to believe in yourself and to believe good things will happen, but you must show up, right? So I think it's a 2-lane road there. You have to put yourself out there, but once you do, you have to show up every day. Because even in those mistakes I made and those transitions I made and the depression and I wasn't perfect. That corporate experience did not end right. It wasn't right, but it's things I would have done different. Moving up to that point that probably contributed to it. But at the same time, I had to understand that when I make these decisions, I have to show up in it every day. And I think that's where a lot of people may go left or right and get outside of what they decided they wanted to do, is that they don't show up every day. And that's what I did that allowed me to overcome some mistakes. Some mistakes I'm still working out of, because you can't just replace things right away. But one thing I can guarantee you, which I learned from football, is I'm going to show up every day. You start off in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, but the real meat of a football game is the fourth quarter. And a quick experience I remember vividly my senior year. It was early in the season in Richmond. It was a tough opponent in University of Delaware, and it was probably the hottest game I ever played. I think it was like 102 degrees. I remember running around in the days during the game, and we won that game, and by blocking a field goal at the last minute and winning the game by 1 point. And I remember walking in the locker room, and I felt terrible. I was tired. I was beat up, bleeding. And that's when I learned that you can win and it doesn't feel good. It doesn't always have to feel good. Right. And that's what I've taken with me through life, and to this point with all of the things that I've gone through to get here, is that it doesn't always have to feel good, but you do have to show up.
Well, and I guess I'm hearing you say that, and kind of on the reverse side, just because you feel bad doesn't mean you lost, right?
We won the game, and it was a major win.
But a lot of times people, well, I don't feel good, so I'm losing. I'm a loser. It's like, no. To your point, it doesn't have to feel good. Did you accomplish? What were your goals? Did you get there, et cetera, et cetera? You mentioned about fostering growth in one of your comments, earlier. Now that you have a team, so it's one thing to foster growth in yourself and to be, determined and disciplined, et cetera. How do you do that now as an owner with your team?
Sure. So I pivoted into franchising. So I think I got to a point where I didn't master pet retail, but I'm really good at servicing our customer. I know my information. I know pets. I probably could have still gotten a little bit better at retail, but now I pivoted into franchising, which is an industry within in itself. And now I have franchisees in addition to a team, right? So when you look at those franchisees, they're spending sometimes their life savings to come aboard on what my idea is. And they look at me not only as a mentor and as a founder, but they look at me as responsible for their success. So probably one of the things that I've had to get better at is I've always been a people person, and I think almost to a fault. Sometimes I love to see people succeed, and I love being a part of it. So that makes me a great franchisor. But I think time management and having standing operating procedures. So I don't always. It's not always putting out fires. Here is how it works. Here is what you should do on a regular basis. It's not going to be easy starting out, but this is the template. And that's what I built my team on. And then another point to that really quick is that at first I was hiring people to kind of fill space or give me a break or you do marketing, do this. Now what we've gotten better at is hiring people for the company's going, right? So it may not be a perfect person, a perfect position for right now, but as a franchise, we have to grow locations. I can't do it all. I can't be in California to help Rebecca when I'm in Florida, and I have to run to a franchisee when I'm done with this particular presentation today. I have to hire people that can help me grow the business on a macro level and not just what I need in the moment. And that's what I've really started focusing on now is that as we expand what we're doing, I have to have people that can train people and keep them on board as while I'm focused on raising money and doing different things. So it really becomes having a standard operating procedure that everybody can follow so that a day-to-day fires aren't always something that we're putting out.
Good. I always talk about that most folks, most business owners spend about 20% of their time on the things that drive 80% of their revenue and profits. And people always say, well, if that's true, why does that happen? And I say for two reasons: firefighting and rat killing. We spend all of our time fighting fires and killing rats rather than the things that are going to, actually, help us grow, et cetera. So I get that. Now, you were mentioning earlier that you also do emotional intelligence coaching. So why don't you talk a little bit, so for those who are not familiar with that term or that phrase, what it is, and then talk a little bit about the role you think, and believe that plays in leadership, that plays, in basically, managing all the changes that come about, especially in this day and age with, technology, how fast, those changes happen and how fast we need to adapt, et cetera. So talk about EI and the role you think it plays in both leadership and in adaptability.
Yes, sir. So it's funny. You asked me earlier that I see psychology being something I would do down the road. I knew I was going to work with people in some aspects, so I saw it in that world. But now it certainly applies in everything. Well, not everything I learned there, but most of what I learned in psych as a psych major in Richmond matters. So emotional intelligence is simply, in simple terms, understanding yourself in a way and deeply enough that you know how your awareness is going to be in different situations so that you can then interact with other people efficiently. Now, I mean, not to go too deep in it because we don't have a lot of time, but what emotional intelligence is I can communicate in a way, or I can find myself in different positions in a way that I already know how I'm going to react in those positions, sort of allows me to be efficient in those particular situations. I know personality types well enough that when somebody walks in the room, like if I was walking into an operating room and a neurosurgeon had a mask on and had his back turned to, and all these people in the room doing different things, I had to be able to control that room in a way that I was going to be successful in there and selling something or servicing them or whatever it may be. So emotional intelligence allows you to basically have an efficient communication with the world around you. And from a leadership perspective, franchisees are not all the same. Team members, marketing people, contractors, all the people that I deal with on a regular basis, investors and trying to raise money and all the things that a founder is required to do successfully to grow the company. Emotional intelligence is, in my opinion, one of the most important things. I mean, there's tons of research and tons of stats out there that show that the highest performers in corporations have the highest emotional intelligence. It's a real thing. It's a bit of a new science. So emotional, the word I find, you get all kinds of reactions, a lot of times negative. So sometimes I don't call myself an EQ coach. I have other names that I say, but emotional intelligence allows you to put everything together. right? I have all these different skills. I have athletics and competitiveness. I have corporate and business planning and team building. I have entrepreneurship and founding, and now I'm a franchisor. My emotional intelligence allows me to kind of synergize all of those different things and be successful and really in a situation that puts me in not perfect, but efficient. And that's so, yeah, I think it matters. I think more people should focus on building it, especially if you want to grow into a leader.
We only have a couple more minutes. So unfortunately, I only get to ask you a couple more questions, and I'll give you some time also to tell folks how to get a hold of you. But looking at, your experiences as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, as a founder, et cetera. Talk about what you feel has been the most rewarding aspect of that experience. And well, I'll leave it there. What's the most rewarding aspect of being an entrepreneur, being a founder, a CEO, that you'd like to share with folks?
Yeah, I know I'm capable. And I don't mean that I'm perfect or I'm special. No, I know I'm capable. I think that's I've done a lot of different things and been successful in all of them, but not perfect. Some of them have failed. Some I'm still growing. But I probably I'm the first African-American in the pet industry to franchise successfully. That's special to me. I'm forging a path in the industry that I think more of us need to be in. It's an industry that grows through COVID. It grows through recessions. It's few of us here. So it's a big opportunity for minorities, especially African-Americans, to come into an industry that we don't have a lot of people in that can be successful long term and build some generational wealth. So I'm proud of that. I'm proud to be a pioneer in the industry, but I'm really proud that I've been able to feed my family and overcome a lot of obstacles getting to where I'm at simply because of my emotional intelligence, as well as just God-given talent and being blessed. So, but it's really forging in the industry that none of us allowed in, and that's my goal with my franchise, to bring more of us.
Okay. Well, I only get one more question, ton more that I want to ask, but I'll end with the question that you just led me to. You said that was your goal. So talk about the view ahead.
Sure.
And talk about what your goals, objectives, aspirations are for the future. And you can talk about those just professionally. You can talk about those just personally. You can talk about those professionally and personally, whichever you want to leave the audience with.
Yeah, for sure. I'm a God-fearing man, so I want to continue to grow in my faith. I'm a Christian, and that's important to me as I grow. Number one. Number two, I'm a husband and a father. I'm a family guy. I didn't have a father growing up, so it's important to me to be successful there, and that's not always easy as a founder. And then from a business perspective, I want to grow my business in a way that, number one, we bring more minorities, especially African-Americans, into the pet industry. We have 2 African-American franchisees. We have another family that are immigrants from Israel on the E2 visa. So to me, that's special. If you look at business ownership in the pet industry from a Black perspective, we're less than 0.something%. I was one of the few for a long time. So we can increase that. The biggest opportunity in the pet industry is minority pet owners. And it's definitely minority business owners, because we have to service those minority pet owners as they come. So I want to grow the company and see more of us in the industry that can really create generational wealth and doesn't have the risk of other industries that we normally go into. The pet industry is going to grow billions of dollars into the future. It's going to go through recessions. It's going to grow through anything that we see. So that's my goal, is to increase our presence in the pet industry, and then be just a good human, be a good father, a good husband, and help people get to their dreams. That's my goal. Simple.
Cool. Well, that's great goals, great objectives. I think everybody can salute those. So, and before I give you a chance to talk to folks about how they can reach you, I do want to make sure I stay in contact with you too. I work with a not-for-profit that is uses sports to develop youth, and I'd love to have you talk with them and kind of tell your story and your recommendations for some of those. But we're gonna have to cut it here. Talk to folks about how they can reach you. So, what's the best way for them to reach out to you if they want to know more about how they can invest in your business? What they can do in terms of the pet industry that you've talked about, in the growth opportunities there. If they can understand, how to navigate adversity, how can they reach out to you and get a hold of you?
Yeah, for sure. So if most people use LinkedIn, that's a simple one. I'm Skills Synergy Coach on there. Obviously, you can find me under my name, Adrian Archie, on LinkedIn. That's a simple one. Our website, from a franchising perspective, is www.buyapetfranchise.com. Simple, one word, buyapetfranchise.com. And then Pet in Mind is PETNMIND. If you want to check that website out. But I think the easiest way most of us use these days is LinkedIn, and you can find me there. I'm pretty responsive. I put a lot of content out on there from a coaching perspective.
All right. Well, it was a pleasure talking with you. Looking forward to staying connected. I know from all the things that you talked about, people got a world of value from it in terms of the experiences, what you're doing, the inspirational story of going from adversity to success and how you manage and deal with that. So I appreciate you coming on. I know the audience appreciates what you had to say and hear, and I look forward to staying in contact with you.
Yes, sir. I'll reach out to you on LinkedIn, and thank you, and good luck to everybody out there. God bless you.
And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54 Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish.
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Humpton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker this afternoon is Miss Jacqueline Turner, also called JT, also known as DJ Passion. She's a thought leader, brings her personal and professional experiences to help everyone see the pandemic disruption in a new light. She has a fresh perspective when reimagining the possibilities. Always and forever passionate about helping everyone accelerate the trajectory of their success and well-being. She's been a licensed health and beauty professional for many years, styling hair for music videos, magazines like Ebony, Essence, and Jet, for major companies like McDonald's, Soft Sheen, Dark and Lovely, and the NBA Wives, as well as celebrities and famous folks in politics, etc. She proudly served as a beauty authority for the Live Your Best Life tour for Oprah. And she's a certified life coach and graduate of Midwest Theological with a background in Christian counseling. So please welcome to our program today, Jacqueline JT Turner.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I cannot complain. Can't complain at all. So where are you calling in from?
I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia. It's pretty sunny, beautiful day today.
The ATL. I wish it was sunny and beautiful where I am here, but it's cold and rainy. So
I think we sent it to you from yesterday.
Okay, good. All right. Well, I am going to get out of your way. I know you have a lot to share with folks. And so, as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Have a great day.
You too.
Hello, Dr. Eric?
You're on. So you can go ahead and give your talk, or where you?
Okay.
Right.
Sure. Hi, I'm Jacqueline Turner. People in the insurance or the business call me JT, or if you've heard my radio show podcast, Resource Radio Show, you know me as DJ Passion. So they're giving me this platform to kind of talk about the different things that I do, with everything being really centered and focused on helping other people. So let's start with the Resource Radio Show. Resource Radio Show came about in a very odd manner. I was actually working for a medical facility. I went to do a PSA, public service announcement, because he said he wouldn't charge us if somebody else came in and did the voiceover. So I go in on my lunch break. I'm going to do this PSA, keep it really simple. My boss is excited because we had a national event going on. And the guy just keeps asking me questions. And I'm kind of like, hold on here, gotta go. This is my lunch break. Can we hurry up and record this and I can get back to work? And he said, I want to offer you a radio show. And I said, I didn't come here for that. And he said, did you hear what I said? I'm offering you a radio show. This is so exciting. Most people get really excited. And I was like, I didn't come here for that. I came to do this PSA and to get back to my job. Well, he said, I'd like for you to think about it. And can I ask you one question? And I said, sure. And he said, have you been on the radio before? And I said, I have. #1 station in Chicago, WGCI 107.5. Loved it. He said, what happened? And I said, radio broke my heart. You know, radio is kind of one of those tumultuous industries. You can be working and come in the next day and they sold the station to Disney and you no longer have a job. And that's exactly what happened to me at one of the stations that I was with. So I just stopped doing it. I went back to doing hair, which I loved and did for many, many years. And long story short, I come home, I call my sister, and I'm like, hey, sis, I went to record this PSA today, and the station owner's offering me a show. You know, isn't that crazy? And she's like, no, not really. Remember the first time you were on radio, you never applied for the job. And I said, oh my God, I totally forgot about that. And she said, yeah, sis, get on your knees. So got on my knees. Literally by the time I'm getting up off of my knees, I heard clearly Resource Radio Show. It will be outreach, which I can do with my heart wide open. And I think that there needs to be something to help with the digital divide. Radio is one of those things. You don't have to have a computer for it. You can just tune in and anybody can, get it. So I kind of looked around, formulated what it would be, and there's nothing like it. So basically we help people access free food, clothing, shelter, jobs, healthcare, and opportunities. focusing on free all day. Now, I needed 2 other people to come in and help me with the show because you want to kind of have it balanced out. I had 2 coworkers that were always at the top of everything. And what we did was community outreach. So synchronicities happen to all of us, when things are in alignment. And I'm sitting in a meeting and we're supposed to get to know each other better by explaining, hey, what were some of your deepest dreams? The girl behind me says, I always wanted to be on radio, spit my chair around 360. And she's like, JT, are you okay? I said, say what you said again. She tells me again. And I'm like, okay, if you're serious, I have a radio show for you. And she's like, what do you mean you have a radio show? And I was like, it just happened yesterday. So she ended up being one of my co-hosts. And then the other young lady, same kind of situation. We're talking and she says, one of my deepest dreams is to be on a podcast. And I just started laughing. And I was like, if you're serious, I think I have a space for you. So we all go on probably within 7 days. And we are doing the Resource Radio Show. So it's motivating, it's compelling. We're playing hip hop gospel music. We're interviewing philanthropists, program directors, people that might have lived through something. We had a 3-time cancer survivor who now walks with other people going through their chemo. She takes them to their doctor's appointments. So she had quite a story. We had another lady that has a prison ministry. And this was one of those odd synchronicities again. She had leprosy. So while I'm interviewing her, she says, oh, so I had leprosy. I'm like, hold on, stop. Wait a minute. Go back. Did you say leprosy? Like leprosy that I've heard of only in the Bible? And she said, yes. She had a little house that they had put behind her family's house, and that's where she lived. And they would bring food and leave it at the door. And so she told her amazing story. She no longer has leprosy. We have community partners that have come in and partnered with us that give 250 pounds of food to a family. My first question during the interview, why? Why would you ever give somebody 250 pounds of food? And that particular situation, he explained, if you have a family of 4, and he's a man, he said, I've watched fathers' faces not being able to feed their family, having a bit of shame, coming to pick up free food. And the thought process was, we'll give them enough for a month so that everybody can sleep that night. And he can think about other things. That was one particular case. Interviews have truly been amazing. Let me think of another one. The lady that was a 3-time cancer survivor is also an author, and she helps other authors to get their books published and things like that. So that was great. Pretty much anybody that's doing something for the community, we're wide open to talk to them. Find out their story. Why? Lots of people pass homeless people and do nothing every day, all day. So why are you doing something? There are 24-hour food pantries in the United States. Truly, during the show, Auntie Peaches, the other co-host says, oh, there's a 24-hour food pantry in Oklahoma. It was like, wait, stop. That's my thing. Stop. Say that again. 24 hours? And she said, yeah, there's a 24. I said, oh my God, that's great, because so many people have shame associated with going to get this food. Or like many others, they're working 3 jobs. They can't go during regular hours. So we started looking up, 24-hour food pantries across the United States, or food pantries that would deliver, or that made it easier for people to get food. That was amazing. There's a TARP program that gives free tarps. Those kind of things we didn't know about. There's a program that gives free prosthetic limbs. Another one, stop, hold on, what do you mean? Prosthetic limbs are $20,000, $30,000, $50,000. There are a couple of programs that give free prosthetic limbs. Love giving out those kind of resources to people. Just in the Atlanta metro alone, we probably have 85 just in the metro of food pantries. including one program that was called Fridge. I think it was 99 Fridge. They have refrigerators that are set up outside of businesses that anyone can go to and open it at any time and take free food. We have another community partner. They're called $4, DollarFor.org. They help people dismiss hospital bills. Another synchronicity, literally reached out to him on Instagram because I saw this and I'm like, is this real? I reach out to him and he says, you want to talk to me? You media and you want to talk to me? And I said, I think what you're doing is pretty great. Time passes. We do this amazing interview. He tells the story of how it happened. He was a bartender. I think his wife was a teacher. They had a medical emergency in the family that was about to send them into bankruptcy. They're young. It was painful. Then they had either a good friend or another family member that had another medical emergency. Let's say all this happened in 30 days. And him and his wife started talking and they said, this runs people into bankruptcy on a regular basis. What can we do? So they put together a database of not-for-profit hospitals across the United States. And they now help people to get their medical bills dismissed. To date, they have dismissed more than $21 million worth of hospital bills in the last 12 months. They've been on Forbes and NBC and MSNBC and all kinds of other shows now. Media's recognizing who they are and what they're doing. Super amazing. So that's really kind of our specialty. If it's something like philanthropists, if you have a foundation and you're doing something, we are here to shout it out to the world because just about every celebrity I've ever heard of has some sort of foundation. We just don't necessarily know exactly what they're doing. And that gives us a chance to reach back. Hey, maybe we can get involved in that. Maybe we can help in some sort of way. We interviewed one lady who was the director for one of the low income, please check that, low income senior citizen communities. Beautiful. In fact, two, she was over two at that time. And she came in and talked about how while they were raising rent on you and me, they were also raising rent on these low-income seniors in properties that got all these special tax breaks and weren't supposed to be doing that. So she was doing a fundraiser to help them. So many people come in and open our eyes to different things that we just don't know are going on. We interviewed another lady that worked at Grady Hospital. Grady Hospital is renowned here in Georgia. If you're from Atlanta and you say you're a Grady baby, that makes you official. Well, she worked there for many years and she helped people with billing. So she came in and talked about different ways that you can also help take care of your billing, hospital billing, and just having to pay for something over $5,000, $10,000, $50,000, $100,000 sends most people into bankruptcy. They never get to clear up those bills. But there is a lever, and she knew about that as well as other types of income that, disabled people can get. And she came in and talked about all of that. We have found programs where women are knitting prosthetic breasts. That was stop, one more time, because I didn't know anything like that existed. There is a bank for breast milk for women that may be going through chemo or on medication, don't have children, didn't know that there was even a need for that. So that became a discussion also. So we're there to talk about all of that free stuff that's going on, whether it's LAHEAP. LAHEAP helps pay for utilities for disabled people, for seniors, for people in need. There are other programs, and we talk about things all over the country. If there happens to be some sort of a natural disaster, kind of like this thing that just happened in Baltimore, we would talk about, hey, if you need this or that, this is where you would go get it, like the TARP program. Found out about that during one of the floods. I know they're doing tiny homes out in LA. We would discuss things like that also. So that is the Resource Radio Show. It's a lot of fun. We're going to be coming to 109 The Blaze, a brand new hip hop station in Atlanta. I am super excited. We have a community partner that also has jobs. Now, where can you go tune in and find out about jobs? Nowhere. I checked already. So you can find out about jobs, and not only can you find out about jobs, I interviewed her, and she is in my phone as Gloria Hires Felons. So she literally is looking for people that want a second chance. Those are the ones that are hardest, people that had a felon. She looks for jobs that are going to pay you a living wage, $18 and up, hopefully going to have benefits. If not, she's going to have community support for that too. She helps people get the boots if you need the special boots for the job. She has jobs that are highly skilled as well as you don't have to have any skill. And I was kind of like, all right, what kind of job do I need to have no skill? She said, can you throw lettuce in a bowl? Here in Atlanta, we have Fresh Express. Fresh Express puts together a lot of the bowls that you might find in your grocery store that are salads and cut up vegetables and stuff like that. So she literally has jobs that are $18 an hour for people with no skills and a felon. We have Atlanta Hope Builders. They do free trainings. So the training that they do would maybe be forklift, because forklift is very fast. I think they train them in like 3 to 5 days. When you go from working in the warehouse to driving the forklift, that just raises your money, how much money you can make. And it's going to absolutely raise your self-esteem if you're making more money to take care of your family. And then they also had where you could learn how to do editing for audio and for video. So they were amazing. One more. City of Refuge here in Atlanta. Oh, 2 more. City of Refuge, huge. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Love them because they have a whole campus. Now, normally when you think about a shelter, you're thinking, okay, these are men that don't want to work, or they're alcoholics, or they're on drugs or something like that. City of Refuge will make your mouth drop to the floor. They have programs right now that offer cybersecurity classes for free. They have community partners that are Fortune 500 companies right here. Coca-Cola, Chick-fil-A, Delta, they're located right here. They help place them in 6-figure jobs as soon as they're done with the program. Free. I said free, free, free. That's what the show is about. Cybersecurity and coding. They help you get your certificates that are needed. Then they help you get the job. I don't know any place else you can tune in and find out about things like that. So that's what the Resource Radio Show is all about. And then one more, and that was the Red Shield program downtown in Atlanta. I've been involved with them for many years, whether it was donating things to them, going in and doing things for them, really whatever they need. Red Shield program is a Salvation Army program, but what they do that is extraordinary, and a lot of people don't know, if you happen to need to go into a shelter and you're a family, they will want to split you up. Women go one place, men go somewhere else. If you are a family in that moment that you need to be in a shelter, you probably don't want to split up. Red Shield has special placement for that, for families. They try to not split up families, because my conversation was, well, what if you're the dad and you have a daughter? If you're a single dad with a daughter, or you're a single mother with a son, they're splitting you up. That doesn't make any sense. But in the big scheme of things, it does, because of potential sexual assault. So instead, they just split them up. Red Shield doesn't do that. Families can remain together. And then they have a program called the Veterans on the Move program. And they help homeless veterans get a place to stay for up to 2 years. And then they help them with training. So whether it's electrical or HVAC, they're going to give them some sort of training that will help them be on their own and live a good life. And then they'll help place them into a house with very little rent due on that. So those are some of the programs that we cover with the Resource Radio Show. I love doing it. I love helping people. I love the type of people that we get to meet. I have 2 interns on the show. They both came from an interview. So we were interviewing they called them the Red Shirts. And I saw them at an event. It was an outreach event for senior citizens. And all of the seniors were being walked around by these really just pleasant young folk, men and women. They had their little red shirts on, and there was one lady walking around pointing her fingers. And I said, okay, she's in charge. I want to talk to her. What is this program? And it's a placement that they have for anybody that's going to go through the Atlanta Fire Department. So if you're going to go through it, 9 times out of 10, they don't have enough to fill up the class. So you go into this red shirt program, you do things for the community, you get out and you learn about more than just the fighting the fires. It is a way of life, and you have to kind of learn what goes along with it. So they came from that. We interviewed their chief, and it was amazing because you would never know that young people were so committed and excited about serving. It was really a really wonderful, wonderful interview for me. Okay, one more. And that was it was a dog program. And the thought was this lady is rescuing dogs. And I told her to come in with some of her success stories. She came in with 4 young people. And that wasn't the story. The story was she was from a very rough part of town. She was ex-military. She had learned to train animals. And she told us that if you're in the hood and you see those little stray dogs, those dogs are often targeted by gangs to desensitize the kids that they have in training for violence. So she's not just saving the dogs, she's saving the kids. And all of those kids' stories about, oh my God, I was afraid of dogs before I got into this program. Oh my God, I just thought that, dogs were horrible before this program. And their parents were very excited about it. And obviously we were very excited about that. Okay, one more. Let 'em eat. Let 'em eat is a chef, and I think he has 3 food trucks, always free. He literally goes and stops under the bridges here in Atlanta to feed people. And in interviewing him, I found out about others. Some of them even have showers, which is not something that most people think of. But with Let 'em Eat, he goes and he feeds people for free. That's it. That's all. That's what he does. And he told the story with how he had 1 truck, and I think it was a van. And then, synchronicities happened, and he ended up with a food truck. And then someone came and said, hey, can I sponsor you so that you can just do this and give away food to homeless people that really need it? So that was an amazing story. All right, so I do a lot of things. So we went over the Resource Radio Show, and it is a love child, if I say nothing else. It is a love child for me. I do want to send a shout out to Seema J and the team with CAI Business Group. Visit CAIbusinessgroup.com to complete a free online presence assessment to help your company's social media. And now let's talk about getfreehealthplan.com. All right, so I've been in the beauty business quite a while. Served on Oprah's tour, did the movies, did the videos, did the celebrities. They ain't always nice, but it was fun. I loved it. I felt like that was my tribe. I'm very much a creative kind of person. And I was working at an agency that brought in an AI program. I'm very much a geek. Notice the glasses and the hair. I'm very much a geek. So I've been playing with AI for a couple of years. When they brought it in, I was actually the sales coach. Everybody on my team did over 10 million in production. I'm pretty good at it. And I looked at it and I said, I'm not putting this on my computer. And I said, why? And I said, this is going to take my client's information and sell it to Google without their permission. And they said, oh my God, you're being an alarmist. No, this is just a script coach. And I said, no, the capabilities of this program is a lot more than that. And so I said I would take it to my attorney, did to him, he said the same thing. Miss Turner, I'm sure it's not what you're saying. Oh my God, you're being an alarmist. I said, okay, can I give you a personal situation? He said, please. I said, let's say your mother comes to me for insurance and she tells me that she had a horrific car accident a few years ago and she's now on opioids. Now, she said this to me because I'm helping her get a healthcare plan and I need to know details like that so that we aim her at the right plan. I said, but now that information is going to be sold to Google. You know, and I know if your mom being on opioids is out there, you're never going to get it back. And he said, oh my God, okay, well, let me go look at it again. Comes back a couple days and he said, it is exactly what you said. And the capabilities are exactly what you said. And you have two choices. You can leave or you can stay. And so I chose to leave. And getfreehealthplan.com was born. When I first looked at what they call Affordable Care Act plans, it's called the Marketplace. So we've got Medicaid, that's aid for the poor. We have Marketplace, which really helps people that work. And then we have Medicare, which helps people that are over 65 or disabled. Well, the Marketplace fits right there in the middle. Normally, if you make under $50,000, if you're single, you can obviously make more if you have kids. That's that sweet spot. That's where those free health plans come in. And I always looked at it very differently. I felt like if you work at Walmart and you're there part-time, they don't offer you benefits. You can get a Marketplace plan. If you are a 1099 worker, 1099, that means independent worker. You and I both know that a lot of people have jobs now and they're independent workers. So as an independent worker, whether I'm an Uber driver or I'm a CNA, most CNAs, 95% of the CNAs in the United States, they get nothing. They get their pay. That's it. That's all. They can get Marketplace plans. And so independent workers, people coming out of jail, that's going to be your reentry programs. Those are the kind of people that I'm aiming at. Those are the kind of people that I'm trying to help. Those are the kind of people that had no idea that they could do it. And that these plans have so much that's free. The plan is free. Your doctor's visits are free. Often chiropractic and other occupational therapies are free. Generic medicines are free. Again, people didn't know this. Your mental health is often free and unlimited. Then we're talking about free pap smears, mammograms, colorectal cancer, all of your blood panels that you would normally get for just a checkup, free. So 9 times out of 10, if they're working with me, I will say, Mr. Johnson, promise me you're going to go for that free checkup. That's that once a year checkup. I know you ain't been in years. Then I get the text, the email back. Oh my God, my blood pressure was in the stroke zone and I didn't know. Thank you for making me promise. So trying to get people to know about it, it is just a passion of mine because it's kind of one of those things that if you didn't know that you had a Batmobile, so let's say you got this, what you think is a Mini Cooper, and you go to trade it in. And the salesman says, oh my God, it's a Batmobile. And you go, no, it's not. It's a Mini Cooper. And they say, no, it'll fly, it'll swim, it'll do all kinds of things. It shoots rockets. And you say, I didn't know that. I thought it was a Mini Cooper. You feel a little bit different. So going over all those details with people, letting them know all those things that are free to them and how to use them and why to use them and when to use them is, again, a passion of mine. So you kind of get an idea of why they named me DJ Passion, right? So Get Free Health Plan, currently we are doing community partnerships. That means if you have, let's say it's a social club and you have a lot of independent workers or you have entrepreneurs. So you might be an entrepreneur with an accounting company and you have 10 accountants. Can't necessarily afford to offer them benefits, but we can be a community partner and we can at least offer them marketplace plans that 9 times out of 10 are going to be under $20. 98% of the plans that I've written, and I've done over 14 million, are zero. 0 per month. Zero deductibles are what we aim at also. So we've community partnered with medical clinics. I have clinics in Missouri and Mississippi at this point. And then we also help with reentry programs. We're negotiating with the city of Atlanta right now to try to help them. So reentry programs means people that have gotten out of jail. So the thought on that is when you go in, they do a full panel. They check everything because they want to know what they're bringing into their population. What's your status? When you come out, they just let you go. Yeah. Now they've set you a sight on the regular community and we have no idea, and you probably have no idea. But because you've moved, you can get a free plan. You can find out, check your blood pressure, get that free mental health. All of those things, I think, again, serve the community and help the community in a really, really big way. So the last thing I want to talk about is a new AI project. Yes, I've got all this gray hair and I probably look really old to you guys, but I've been playing with AI for a couple years. Love it. Love the things that it's doing. As with all things, can be used in a good way, can be used in a bad way. Well, all of my insurance clients were saying, Miss JT, if you could just make them stop calling me, make my phone stop ringing. It just rings so much, gets on my nerves. It stops me, stops my thought process. And I was like, I'm working on something. And I got a phone call one day from a lady and she said, tell me why this phone keeps ringing. And at the time I'm looking at my dashboard and I said, well, it's a 47-year-old woman that obviously signed up for something online where she wanted to know about insurance. And she said, she was crying. And she said, this is my 8-year-old's phone. And because his phone rings so much, they want to kick him out of this school. She said, now, ma'am, you need to understand how hard it was for me to get him in that school and keep him in that school. I got him the phone because of the school shooting. So I want him to have this phone and I want him to have it on. And because people are calling, you know, I don't want him to kick him out of school. So long story short, I started working on AI plus machine learning and FTC protocol, Federal Trade Commission. They're the ones that write the do not call list legislation and set up what needs to be said to people that call you to make the cycle stop. I found that most robocallers, when you call, they'll give you the do. This call has been disconnected or something, but none of those things stop the calls. I've sat at a dashboard where I said, hey, our company has called this person, Miss Johnson, 7 times today. Well, she didn't answer, call her again. So what happens is you get put right back in the queue. You stay in line and they just keep calling. This stopcallingmyphones.com helps stop the cycle because they are potentially up for $51,744 fine for any violation after you run that protocol. So AI will run the protocol for you. You can pick up the calls when you actually want to talk to somebody. It's brand new. We're in beta testing now. I can't believe I'm like a tech founder at this age, but it's something that's really needed. And I'm so happy to be able to try to put something out there like that for people. Never thought about the lady with her son even being a situation, but hopefully we're going to be able to help some people with this. So it's a free thing, easy to sign up. And those are basically all of the different things that I do. I am an author. I help people, Amazon bestselling author, actually. I do help other people publish their books if they're interested. Usually I'll kind of know that there's a book in them or they started writing one and I'll just ask, have you thought about publishing? And then I'll be happy to help them. So I think that should be my time. My name is Jacqueline Turner, AKA DJ Passion. Please look for us on 109 The Blaze FM station coming to Atlanta. Hey, Mr. Sidney.
Hello. So that was great information. And 2 things. One, You are so involved in making sure you're helping folks. So that's wonderful. I want to commend you on that. But also, it speaks volumes for you. You will become an expert at something when you just try to solve a problem. So all those things that you seem to, I don't know anything about this until there was a problem. And then you found out everything you needed to know just by trying to solve the problem. So I think that's a great inspiration and should be a role model for folks. It just says, doesn't matter where you start from, what you were involved with before, who you did or didn't know. If you want to solve a problem, just start digging in, solving the problem.
Thank you for saying that, because when my two co-hosts sat down with me at that radio station when we did that show, they kept saying, we haven't done this. We don't know what to do. And I was like, just roll with it. Come on. I'm going to help you all the way. And they were good. They wanted to do it. They were good. So I totally agree with you. If you bring your passion for it, you just, but Steve Harvey said, you're going to bust it to the white meat, but you're going to figure it out and the wings going to pop out your back. Just jump off the cliff.
Put it where the goats can get it. So tell folks how they can get a hold of you. You started to go into it and I interrupted you. So if people want to get more information about the things you're doing or how they can do what you're doing, or just reach out and talk with you, what's the best way for them to reach you?
I have a hotline, and that number is 678-528-1400. Again, 678-528-1400. Getfreehealthplans.com is also me. And Stop Calling My Phones with an S is the new AI program for that. And then the Resource Radio Show can be found on Spotify. And then we're going to be coming to 109 The Blaze in Atlanta. Oh. Super excited about that.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It was wonderful having you here. Looking forward to seeing you back about the updates and success that you're having.
We'd love to.
In your activities. So thank you very much. As we say, genius is common.
Have a great day. God bless you.
Wonderful energy, wonderful commitment, and DJ Passion is an accurate name in terms of her being not only passionate about things, but then following those passions. So an inspiration to us all. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The Expo, therefore, is a fundraiser for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use the Cash App that should be scrolling below with the account $BBX USA. Again, that's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com also. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you, please donate to the scholarship fund. I also want to take time to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors for this month, March 2024. Those sponsors include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Milani Shani Global, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for more programming. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the history of black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Genius is common, and my genius is I'm a visionary strategist.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Ms. Jacquel Tucker. Ms. Tucker is another one who's full of passion and fire. And she often comments, growing up in rural Jamaica, if someone had told her that living there in rural Jamaica with her parents and 8 siblings, that one day she would feed up to 2,000 families monthly in the U.S., and that it would happen during the worst pandemic in world history, she would have laughed and told them no way. So her first break came from an academic when she received a scholarship to the University of Maine, one of 20 of those scholarships, full scholarships that was offered to other students in Jamaica. And following her graduation there, she started off in a career in leadership in hospitality industry, ultimately moving to an executive leadership role and position in sales and marketing. Have you ever felt in your life where you've kind of felt like you're on a wheel, like a hamster running in circles, getting nowhere? She actually felt that way as well in her life. And in 2016, she felt she could no longer deny the call of God in her life to serve others in a major way. And so she walked away from her executive career and launched her nonprofit, the Jamaica Project USA. And the mission of that organization is to transform rural schools and communities in Jamaica and serve families in her state of Georgia, USA, that is. With her 25 years of leadership experience, she launched her own consulting company in 2016. Quite active and passionate person about wanting to help others. So if you would help welcome me or welcome her to the stage, help me welcome her, Miss Jacquel Tucker.
Thank you so much, Sydney.
Man, are you a busy person?
The business, and then there's a nonprofit. So yes, it is a busy life.
Yeah, and sounds like a very productive life. 2,000 families a month.
Yes.
We got to hear about all of that. And is that through the business or that through the not-for-profit?
Through the nonprofit. The nonprofit.
You were in hospitality for one of the hotels, or in what segment?
Yeah, so I was a former director of sales and marketing in the hospitality industry. Of course, I'm from Jamaica, so hospitality was in my blood. So some of my hospitality career was from there. I used to work after I got the scholarship and went back, I worked at the Jamaica Tourist Board office. And so I would actually visit the pier when the cruise ships would come in, the Navy ships when they would come in, and did reports for the Minister of Tourism on the statistics for Ocherius. So from there, director of sales and marketing, and I've worked in various markets. I've worked in the New Jersey market. I've worked in New York. I've worked in the Bucket Atlanta market. And so, so that was kind of the span of my career there in hospitality. So over 25 years, working my way up from the front desk up to an executive level position.
Well, you have a ton of experience. You're doing a ton of great work. I'm going to get out of your way so that you can speak to the folks out there who want to hear all about you, your background, your interests, and all the things that you have to share with them. So, as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for having me here, and for everybody who's tuning in. Again, I'm Jacquel Tucker. I'm an entrepreneur and also a nonprofit founder. So thus, Sydney saying about my busy life, but busy, he also said a word productive, right? It's about getting things done. And so my goal for you today is through my journey, is to know that, yes, you can make a significant impact with your life. You can actually establish something and grow something, whether it's going to be a business or a nonprofit, that's going to have a generational legacy. You're going to be able to build that, and then to be able to live in uncapped potential. All right. And so if I were to just share a little bit more about the business side, you've heard about the nonprofit, so I'll touch on that too. But to get started, let me just share about the business side. I'm a business, brand, sales, and marketing strategist. I'm a pretty comprehensive person to get you from start to launch and to grow. And so my goal is I work with professionals. I work with small businesses, and I also work with nonprofits. And for professionals, my goal is to really help professionals, get the dream out of their head and heart and get launched. So it's really to build, brand, and launch your purpose-driven business, or whether it's going to be a nonprofit. And that's so that you can have a greater impact. You can have uncapped potential, even in the areas of income, and also be able to build your own generational legacy instead of just helping everybody else build theirs. Okay. And so that's what I do on the business side. And, since COVID, there is the impact with my nonprofit, but since COVID, I've worked with over 60 people in the areas of working with them to launch their business, to level up their branding in their business, to grow their business. And then I've also helped others to launch their own nonprofits, even as they've still had their corporate career, right? Their career invested. They use their career as an investment to start the dream that's on their heart. And so that is my goal on the business side. And that's mainly what I'm going to be talking about today. But on the nonprofit side, you heard about the 2,000 families impact, but it didn't just start there. I had to start small with when the dream was laid on my heart, when God said, this is how you need to impact other people, not just work to make money as a career or even as a business, but you need to give back to others that are less fortunate because you've walked in their shoe, right? So we are meant to really be successful so we can impact in the areas that we've had to overcome, reach back and impact those people, right? So they can experience the success that we've had and they can overcome as well to become their best. All right, so the 2000 impact came of me starting with what I had, with where I was, and with who I know. And it started with going to Jamaica with 3 other people, my husband and my parents, and 3 barrels of items to help a couple of people in a community. And from there to watch it grow so that during COVID, here partnering with the USDA to receive food trucks, to be able to serve, an average of 2,000 families a month here in Georgia. And at the same time, we were also shipping other resources to Jamaicans, serving like about 10 communities during COVID, and beyond. So there is impact that's waiting to happen in your life. So if you're ever wondering what that's going to be, and if you're sitting on the fence about it, quickly, I'll just say, I take people through a process of, finding your true purpose. What is it that you were born to do? Whether this is going to take the form of a business or a nonprofit for greater impact, but there's an intersection. There's an intersection at what you're passionate about, getting up and doing every day and would do for free. Also the skills and the and expertise you've acquired along the way over the years. All right. What about the natural gifts and talents you have? And sometimes we don't recognize that in ourselves. Other people have to come to us and say, oh, you are so good at that. And you go, really? Because you do it effortlessly. So it's to recognize what you do have, right? And how do you package all of that? Even the experiences that have been just horrific experiences in your life, right? But they have shaped you and made you, and you've grown through them. And you've become the person that you were meant to become, to be able to fully step into that level of gifting. And so it's to package that all and to brilliantly put it out there for the world and for people to appreciate the value of what you bring to the table and to support you. And so normally when this happens, when you say, okay, I'm going to get something started, and you get out there, there's usually initial a little momentum going, friends and family supporting you, and all is great, and you're so excited. The adrenaline's great. You've got your branding, everything that's taken care of, your names and lights, your logo. Exciting times. But as time passes, your business needs to grow. Also, your nonprofit needs to grow, right? For you to really have that significant impact that you want to make, or to even build that generational legacy. So today, what I want to talk about is, you've launched, now what, right? You've launched, now what? So it's how to position your business to grow and scale so you can have this impact, so you can live in uncapped potential for your business, and then you can build your generational legacy. All right, so it's usually so exciting, right? You have the idea, and when you see it come to pass and, it becomes something tangible with either products or with services, right? But the goal is for us not to be able to be immersed in it and to be working in it every day, but to be able to have the bandwidth to step back as the visionary and to, realize it's time for growth. It's time for innovation. It's time to get to the next level. And so here's where I'll start. In order for you, in order for us to grow, we've got to, number one, is show up for our business. Now, that may seem natural enough for some people, but for others, it's not. It's like they've birthed this baby and they want someone else to take it and show it to the world and say, here it is. Here's the dream that's launched. But you've got to show up for it. The first thing is to get in front of it. You have to get out there and represent that this is me, this is my passion, this is my purpose, this is what was on my heart to launch, and now I've done it. And here is the why behind why I did this and why I want to help you, why I want to serve you, so that people can fully understand your journey and to be able to connect and, that your story will resonate with them and that you do understand the journey. So you are the one to help them with your services or your products. And so people do business with people they know, like, and trust. So they got to see you. They got to know you, right? Later, when you grow and expand, you can have other people go out there and speak for you. But really, your audience at that point would have already have known what you're all about. And so that's why they supported you from the get-go. So that's number one. And even with that, it's just to make sure, next point is that your brand identity and messaging represents what you're all about, who you say you are. Is that communicated effectively? Is it on the high level that it needs to be in order for you to be taken seriously, right? So it's how we show up. And a big point I want to make about that is, sometimes when we're launching something new, and we do want grace because we don't have all of this money that we had access to, like I did in corporate America, a huge marketing and branding budget. As entrepreneurs, you really don't have that sometimes, unless you were to say, okay, I'm going to bring on investors in my business and so on, or you have huge grants to start or partners. That's a whole other situation. So I'm talking about someone going it alone as an entrepreneur and not having the funds. But I know we want grace to say, we're just starting out. But the goal is to step out there and show up in excellence without someone saying, I know you're just starting. I know you're excited. Like, poor thing, I know you'll get it together soon. And, when you start making money, and you even say that to yourself, I'll show up this way when I get to that point, But my goal is to see you show up there now. And one of the ways to actually do this is to first and foremost benchmark yourself against the best of the best in the field that you're in, right? In the segment that you're in. So whatever services or products you've got, there are people that are performing at the highest level in that space. You've looked at these people and you've said, they inspire me. One day I want to get to that point. So the goal is to take the top 3 people, whether they're influencers or whether it's a type of product or service that you've seen, and to say, this is the top 3. And the next thing you're going to do is, okay, what makes them show up in excellence right now? What does it look like? Why do they look so professional and look like they're at the top of their game? The goal is for you to start showing up as if you are already there, right? What would it look like if you stepped out and you already look like where you're going? That's one thing that even worked for me in my hospitality career, if I wanted to go to my next level, the next job, and I'll say that to anyone right now, even if you still are on your career path, if you want to go to your next level in business or on your next job, you want to show up for where you already are trying to go, right? You have to be as if it were, and it starts with your mind. You have to say to yourself, yes, I'm already there. I know I just need people to see it, but start behaving that way. And your mind has to get to that destination before your body actually, in reality, actually does. So it starts right here with us saying, you know what? I'm stepping out there and I'm the best of the best. And my goal is to show up that way. Now, showing up in excellence doesn't mean that you had to go and, for example, in your brand, build a $50,000 website as that other person that has. Right? It means that you're going to look at what they have and you're going to say, okay, how can I get to that point? What are the fundamentals they've used to get to that point? So say, for example, a website, right? It's really clean, concise copy with white space. It's really high professional resolution photos. It's me crafting my story in such a way that captures the people that I want to connect with. What are these fundamentals that I can work with right now, honing on, and to be able to show up this way? So from the get-go, you're stepping out at a high level that you are proud to step out at, right? So that is how you show up. If you want to grow, show up for where you are trying to go, right? So I hope you're picking up what I'm putting down, as there are others who like to say. All right, so showing up as well is showing up on social media platforms and in person. So make sure all of these assets are established, your website, your social media platforms, and they really emulate your branding and this level of excellence, and show up consistently so that you can attract people to you. A lot of times we're focused on doing the chasing and like, yes, I've got this, everybody. I'm here. Get this, get that from me, my service, my products. And you feel like you're selling all the time. But really, it should be an ebb and flow situation of you, yes, is sharing what you're about, what you love to do, what you have to offer. And people raising their hand and say, yes, I want that. And then in another way, it's you just showing up and showing your passion and your excitement for doing what you do, showing how that you're helping to make people's lives better. And then that will attract people to you, people to your table where they want what you have. They seek you out. Complete strangers will do that. You'll be surprised. And the big thing too, if you want to grow, after your family and your friends have supported you, you really need then complete strangers to support you, especially if you want to experience uncapped potential. All right. And so your goal is to show up and show out there who you are, what you do. And so those complete strangers can get to know, like, and trust you. All right. So the next thing for me is if you want to grow, and I say for me because when I share anything, it's because it's my journey. This is my journey. So I like to speak what I know. And because I am also growing and scaling, I have learned so many things to help me and that I used to help my clients. And so if you want to grow, you have to grow your audience. You have to grow your email list. All right. So a lot of times people will assume your business growing with the number of followers you have on social media, with the number of likes that you have and the engagement, so on and so forth. But that's only the start, right? To really grow your business, your biggest real estate that you can have right now in terms of your audience is your email list. And look no further than, Super Tuesday that just happened. Did anyone notice, social media went down? And then people have lost access to their social media accounts for one reason or another that they got or they didn't get. Like, why did this happen? But think about it. If your audience just lives there and you have no connection to build something deeper and more consistent of a relationship and a platform on which to share even more value, think about what can happen if one day you can't get into your account online and that's it. And also what happens when you share something on social media and someone misses 5 days of being on there, right? You miss a day, you miss a lot. The algorithms may not show, what you put out. It definitely doesn't. To 100% of your audience, it doesn't. You're lucky if it's like 5%, right? And so your email list will guarantee your emails will land in your audience's inbox. And at some point, they will check their emails, right? So this email list, you could build it several ways. Most entrepreneurs build this list by offering, a free lead magnet or free guide, free ebook, free checklist, something in exchange for someone's email. Also when you go to speak somewhere, that's a big opportunity to grow your email list. So ask people for their emails, not just have people say, oh, I'll reach out to you. I'll just go to your website. Take the initiative, be proactive and to say, hey, I'd love to have your email address. Or I have this free guide for you. And once you sign up, you click to sign up, scan this QR code on my card, sign up and it'll put you right on my email list. And I'll continue to share great value with you. And these are then the same people that you nurture who then say, okay, I'm ready for what you're offering. I'd like to go ahead and support you. And this is how you grow your business. All right. So other ways you can grow your email list is to host a free webinar or challenges, whatever it is that you can put out there to be able to collect email addresses from. And for me, that is a turning point in your business. When you really start growing this list, you then see the engagement because people are responding, and just establishing a platform where you can, automate your emails and really curate this content that's sent out. And your emails are communicating new offers that you have for products. It's communicating more content, more strategies, however you help your audience on other platforms. It's saying, hey, my new podcast episode is live, go check it out. Or, hey, my new YouTube video is live, go check it out. And so it really leads your audience on a journey with you daily. You can send emails maybe every other 3 days, 3 times a week, once a week, but the goal is to be consistent and to keep people engaged. All right, so in order to grow a business, my next big thing, and if I were to give you those 3 things, which is show up for your business, build your audience, the next thing is to make sure you have the right offers, systems, and automations in place. And so when you first launch your business, you start with a particular product or service. And usually it's like a high ticket product. So for those of you who may be, say, in the coaching, consulting, space, it's showing up and saying, hey, you can work with me one-on-one, or, hey, I've got this product and it's amazing. And you go out there and you have a great price for it because that's the value for it, right? Now, what happens, because sometimes you are new to your audience and this is a new venture for you, right away, you may not get everybody saying, I want to pay that for it, because you may not have the proven, testimonials and just to show how effective what you're offering is actually works. And so because of that, you have the opportunity to build out tiers of offers of products. So you can have sample sizes of things. You can have diversify within that. So say, for example, you are a coach or consultant and you have a high ticket offer to say, hey, work with me one-on-one, what you can do, just as you would have a free ebook or so on, you can create like a digital product that's much lower. And of course, someone will then get to see your expertise and to see the difference that small thing can make in their life. And then to say, oh, I want more. And that leads them to your higher ticket. And then that then creates this growth cycle. All right. And then you never know how much these smaller tier offers can impact your business, right? That can create digital products that can create like passive income for you. And then your high ticket then becomes really high ticket. Okay. So if you're selling products, it could be a smaller size of that, or, some other product line within that product that is still, a great seller. It's just like if you're selling, makeup and it's expensive foundations and all of that, you say, okay, you know what? I'm going to do a lipstick. Maybe people can try that, or a chapstick or something. And they go, wow, the quality of this is really good. Or for those who may have other kind of body products. So just think about these things, having the right offers, but then having different levels of the offers, not to get yourself overwhelmed with too many things at one time, but maybe have two things. You may have like an entry level offer and then your higher tier offer. So 2 or 3 things max, but they all work together, right? To help build your company and build your brand. So in regards to systems and automations, in order for you to grow, because I want you to think about this. I don't know anybody who steps out there with a product or, a new service and they say, oh, I just want a couple of people. Aren't we not stepping out there to say, oh my goodness, can the floodgate just open and I become successful already? So when we are wishing, hoping, and praying that, okay, if I could land 1,000 people, who support me in my business tomorrow, that would be amazing. But my question is, would you be ready to handle 1,000 people if they came to your doorstep or to your website, and said, I want to book you for this service, or I want all these products, right? So is the inventory there? And the inventory in terms too of, support. Do you have the support team that you could pull on to execute, deliver the products or the service? Do you have the inventory of products to do that? So when growing, you have to think about tiers. Where do you want to be next? And make sure that you have the deliverables in place for that. If I had for example, my coaching program, I was doing that one-on-one, and then I was doing groups. And then I said, you know what? I want to grow and scale. And so naturally what I did, I went and recorded. I scripted videos, recorded them, turned that into an online course, of course, which I can then show up for, have a workshop, but you can scale that because it's now a digital product that someone can just purchase and just hop into the weekly workshop with me and be able to, make advances, have accountability, and get things done. So I had to set up systems where I don't have to hop on the phone to speak with every single person that wants what I'm offering. And then, of course, being able to create digital products. I have the free ebook, but working on building out these digital products that are steps below the build, brand, and launch your business or a nonprofit or grow your business, right? Something that steps below that they can take advantage of, So for you, it could look like, doing a guide, an intro guide that's, $27, or a little mini course that's, $97, whatever it is. And so that, especially anything digital as far as products, as far as services, it really sets you up to also scale, because that becomes passive revenue. That becomes residual revenue. And so you don't have to be around for that to happen. right? What you are available for, your higher ticket services and products, and to really be there for your clients when they invest on that high level. And so think about these things, do you have the systems, the platforms in place to handle the growth, the technology in place to handle the growth, the systems that talk to each other, being able to have emails when someone purchases something, automatic emails are going out, and maybe presenting them with additional offers and how to, meet with you or do a deeper dive into the product or services they've subscribed to or they've purchased, right? And so creating systems that automates, that talk to each other, that just, you don't have to be there. Systems like, for me, it's as simple as if you're a business owner and you really want to grow and you're offering a service, especially consulting and coaching, and you're used to talking to people on the phone and saying, or emailing them and saying, hey, what's your availability? Hop on the call so I can, do a strategy session with you. And they're saying, I don't know, let me see when I'm available. And you're like, let me see when I'm available. How about just as simple as getting a digital calendar, a Calendly or Acuity, setting this calendar up with your available dates and being able to say to someone, if they're interested in meeting with you, being able to say, here is my calendar, link for my calendar. They click your available date that also works for them. And then once they click that date, it sends them a confirmation, sends you a confirmation. If you want to book on Zoom, it would have already created a Zoom link. This is with you sleeping at night and somebody looking at maybe a post that you did or an email that you sent, and you made that offer to say, hey, I'd love to meet with you. Let's talk about how I can help you. And they click that link, and while you're sleeping, all this is happening. And you wake up the next morning and there are appointments on your calendar. The Zoom link's already done, everything. The same for digital products or other kind of products, right? So we, in order to really grow and scale, we can't be the ones there all the time to make it happen. We should be able to step away, and things are still happening in our business. The system's already created. And then, of course, you're working at a higher level. You now have more bandwidth, more space on your calendar to kind of step back and say, okay, that system's already in place. It's helping me to work more efficiently. So as a visionary for my business, and all of what I'm saying too works for nonprofits, but as a visionary for my business, I can now step back and be able to have more oversight. I can start really thinking of new ideas and ways to innovate what I'm doing so I can be ahead. Okay, so, and I can understand how I need to serve my clients better. I could take my time. I can look at the reviews. I can look at what they're saying, and also just to keep improving on what I have, making it better. And growing doesn't mean that we need to run out there and do a million other things. We need to sometimes take the 1, 2, or 3 things that we have and make it better and make it better, because we're getting the feedback about it. So take the time to make it better. When that gets better, then more people will want it. All right. And so another big way for us to all grow right now, there is just so much that is happening in terms of technology, and a lot of people are stepping out to be entrepreneurs, and this was ignited during the pandemic, and wanting to have freedom, flexibility, a better quality of life, live in uncapped potential. And so the exploration started like, I need to be doing something else. What can I do in order for all that to happen? And one of the sure ways is to become a business owner, become an entrepreneur. And so the journey started. But now there's so many that want to be, and you may look around and you may say, gosh, there's so many people trying to do what I'm doing. So here's a big piece of advice for you today, because everyone, especially when you look on social media, seem to be doing the same thing. So your goal in order to grow is get ahead of that. What's next for your clients in terms of you improving what you're offering? What's next? And it really is going that route that everybody hasn't caught on yet. Everybody's not doing this. Or when you're looking at people are in your fields or in your space, and the clients are, based on reviews, are mentioning certain things that need to be improved or they wish they had. It's for you to pay attention to that and see what's missing, and add it to service or use it to upgrade your product, and then it sets you apart. And then with that, growth comes. And so I'm excited to see you grow and scale. Like I said, it's so great to step out there. But initially, it's wonderful. A few people support you, the adrenaline's going. But if you're looking at long-term growth, what I've shared, if you just pick 3 strategies to focus on and do that consistently, you will see your audience grow, your products will get more refined, your service will level up, your branding will level up, and your business will grow.
Thank you so much, Jaquel, for all of the information and insights. And it's spot on, every bit of it. And so I know folks got a lot out of it. How can they reach out to you, or what's the best way for them to reach out to you if they want more information, they want to work with you, want to, get some more of your materials or any of the above?
Okay, awesome. Well, for more of my materials, I actually do have a YouTube channel under Jaquel Tucker. So I go more in depth into some of these strategies. And I also have a podcast that's coming soon. So stay tuned for that. And the way you're going to know what's happening with me and how to work with me is to go to my website, mypurposeonfire.com. There, I also have a free gift that helps, aspiring entrepreneurs jumpstart their journey. And that will automatically sign you up to my email list to receive more strategies from me, encouragement and motivation along the way. So you can visit my website. You can also send me an email at connect@mypurposeonfire.com. I'm also on social media under Jaquel Tucker. So you'll be able to find me there and connect as well.
Okay. So the website was My Purpose on Fire?
mypurposeonfire.com.
Okay. Good. Well, it was great having you here. Look forward to having you back on the program and hearing more from you. And I'm sure the folks out there will love to hear more and have you share more with them as well. So thank you very much. And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much for having me.
Remember, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. So the expo is a fundraiser for students, and you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, the website is www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use the Cash App that should be rolling on the screen below with the account number $BBX USA. Again, that's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So want to just remind you, please donate to the scholarship fund. I also want to take time to thank all of our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for the month of March. Those sponsors include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, the Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Milani Shani Global, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to 5.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, from Singapore, Africa, from Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Your next speaker is yours truly. I will be talking a little bit about leadership. We've had some great speakers this afternoon talking about growing your business, talking about their entrepreneurial journey and how they got to where they are today. I'm going to talk a little bit about leadership for those of you who are either leading within someone else's organization or leading your own organization. And the concepts that I'll talk about here in terms of leadership will apply anytime you're really trying to influence, other folks, to do things that you either need them to do or want them to do. But I talk about change not only from a transformational, when things are going bad perspective, and often that's when we think about change. That we think about change when something's going wrong and we need to course correct. We need to go in a different direction. We need to make something different happen. And therefore, we think, I need to change this. I need to come up with a new strategy. I need to get folks to do things differently, et cetera. And that's accurate. That's true. That is an example of change. But when I'm working with my clients on growing their business, what I want them to understand and what I help them to see is growth, even positive growth, is a change. And therefore, we need to really implement techniques that are effective when we're trying to impact change, and that we need to use leadership style and strategies that are conducive to change management. So we'll talk about that. Change in general is not something most people are comfortable with. Change is something that is usually makes most people anxious, makes most people nervous, makes most people fearful, even if it's a change that they want to make, because change is really about the unknown, the uncertainty. It's the dark forest, that we're going into, but we don't know what's on the other side. It's the curtain that behind which we don't really know what's there, or the door that's closed, and when we open it, we're not sure what's going to come out next. And in fact, many folks much more famous and popular than me have made lots of quotes about change and its effect on the impact on people. Peter Drucker, who's a famous consultant, business coach, business consultant, once said of change, the greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence itself, it's the act, it's to act with yesterday's logic, meaning that, look, the turbulence, that's causing the change isn't the danger. The danger in change is to act with the thinking that you had from prior to the change. There was one of our former presidents, Woodrow Wilson, said, if you want to make enemies, try to change something. And that's not only true in politics, that's true in business, that's true in life in general. People hate change. They're uncomfortable with change. We can talk a little bit about why, but what I really want to talk about is what should your leadership style be for change? And so I won't be able to talk about a ton of things or everything that's important in this area because only have 30 minutes. So I'll try and give you some highlights, some major points, some things to think about. And the first, we really want to make sure we're working with the same definition or definitions about change and about leadership. So when we talk about being an effective leader, then we need to understand how to lead through change. And leadership, first and foremost, isn't about telling somebody what to do, making somebody do something, because first and foremost, as another human being, you can't make anybody do anything. We can't make our children do anything. We can't make our employees do anything. We can tell them to do something, but it doesn't mean that they're going to do it. So leadership isn't about making or telling somebody to do something. It's the ability to influence them, to inspire them to take action. So your ability to influence and inspire the action in others is everything that leadership is about. influence. Change. Change is really about periods of uncertainty, periods of growth, periods of disruption, whether that a period be voluntary or involuntary. So we're going to think about change, whether it's being forced on us, therefore involuntary, or whether it's something we choose to do, voluntary. So we're going to look at how do we influence others, inspire the actions of others in times where we're growing or disrupting, or there's simply uncertainty. And the first thing that I always tell folks to do when you're going to try to lead change, lead others in change, it's to first get yourself right. Because if you don't get yourself right, you're not going to be able to, align other folks. And so by getting yourself right, I always mean understand your mindset. And first and foremost, understand, why am I doing this? Why am I getting ready to lead this change? And first and foremost, it can't be about you or some, great benefit you're going to get from it. Can't be about, being more popular. Can't be about getting a promotion. Can't be about getting a raise. Can't be about any of those things. If so, you're going to come off as being disingenuous. You're going to come off as being self-serving. You're going to come off as, really not being sincere. And you're going to lose in being able to influence anybody from that point going forward. So you need to focus on the leadership of change with a mindset of being a servant leader. And that means you're there to make sure everyone else is served, has what they need in order to affect or impact the change that you're trying to create or cause. So you have to have a cause greater than yourself. That cause really needs to be underlined and supported with the concept of servant leadership. You need to know what your vision for that change is going to be. And it's simply a reality that hasn't happened yet. So when you think about the vision you have for the future, the change that you're trying to create, for most effective leaders, that change is a reality that they see as clearly as they see the nose on their face when they're looking in the mirror, or as clearly as they see their hand when they put it up in front of their face. It just hasn't happened yet. So they don't question it. And that vision typically is tied to their values, what they believe at their core. And that's an important piece, because if it is at your core, then it's going to be something you're going to always act consistent with. And it's going to help you to come across as authentic and real. And as I said before, consistent. It's going to make sure that, or it's not going to make sure, but it's going to result in you having fewer contradictions between what you do and what you say. Because if it's tied to your values, then your actions almost always tie closely and align closely with the words that you speak, and therefore the actions that you take. It also, if it's tied to your values, is going to make it easier for you to explain to others. So when they start questioning you or challenging you on why this new path, why this new direction, why are we going to go after this new objective or goal, it's going to be easier for you to explain, because it's so connected to who you are at your core. So with that in mind, let's kind of take a few steps as to what is that you need to be doing if you're going to lead change. And the first is, with the team that you're going to be leading, the group that you're trying to get to course correct, you need to create a sense of urgency. The why are we doing this? What's so important or critical about this thing? And this change, therefore, needs to be clear. It's not a nice to have. It's not a nice thing if we could do it. This is a must do. And you want to create that burning building, that dire situation, that impending doom, that if we don't make this change, the world as we know it is not going to be the same. It's going to end. And that doesn't mean to be dramatic and make stuff up. But that means you really have to paint the picture of why this change is necessary. Because again, people don't typically want to make change. They're uncomfortable with it. And so they're going to look for every opportunity to slide back into those things that are familiar, those habits that are that are typical and routine because they're comfortable, just like old pair of shoes are comfortable to slip on. So we're going to create a sense of urgency. The next thing we want to do is establish why the change, the benefits of the change. What good things are going to come out of when we make this change. We've painted the picture of the impending doom, created the sense of urgency, but what's the positive side of that change? So when we make the change, what great things are going to happen for us? And I always use the acronym WIFM, and you may have heard of that as well. WIFM, WIIFM. WIFM stands for What's in It for Me. What's in it for me? And so when we're asking people to make a change, one of the first things going through their mind is, why should I do this? What's in it for me? And they typically understand, even if you've only explained the sense of urgency piece, they understand what's in it for the business. They understand, they may even see what's in it for you. They may assume they know what's in it for you. If you're the owner, they're going to assume the reason you want me to do this because you want to make more money. If you're the manager, you want me to do this because you want to get a promotion. You want to look good. You want to get a raise or whatever. So they're going to assume in some cases or know in other cases what's in it for either you or the organization. What they're looking for is what's in it for me if I do this. And that's not necessarily a selfish attitude, but what they're trying to understand is, why should I go through all of this angst, agita, turmoil, change, disruption? What benefit am I going to get for it? And there's two things that, or three ways that we can do this. I often put them into two categories: fear or fun. We can get people to do things out of fear. We can get people to do things out of fun. But I've added a third one, out of faith. And I'll explain that in a second. The fear or fun, though, are, if you do this, you'll get something nice, some external benefit, money, ice cream, candy, I'll be your friend, anything that, they then value that you have as an ability to offer them. It can be out of fear. Hey, if you don't do this, here's some, bad stuff that's going to happen. You're going to lose your job. We're going to have to close the business. All of those kinds of things. But the strongest connection is when we tie it to faith or their values. So just like I talked about with you, you need to, identify what changes and the reason for those changes and connect them to your values. The same is true with those that you want to lead. The more you can tie that change and what's in it for them to their values, they're going to feel a stronger connection and therefore a stronger commitment. And that change and the commitment is going to be much longer lasting. So people don't often resist change. What they really resist is being changed. And so what they fear when there's going to be a change is that they're going to be changed, that somehow they're not going to be the same person that they were before. And so what you want to do is make sure you're connecting what you're going to be asking them to do to who they already are at their core, and how this change just reinforces that. It supports that, and gives them a reason then to say, I can salute that flag. I can be committed to that. You also want to make sure, third thing, you want to make sure that you're creating milestones. I call them markers of progress. You want to be able to help them see where they've come from and how far along the journey they are. And so milestones become a great way to do that. And if you establish those up front, if you establish those before the process or the project starts, then each time they pass a milestone, they get to identify their progress. They get to make note of their progress. They even get to make note of how far they still have to go. And so it becomes easy, for them, to be a monitor, of the status of things. But it also is great because it breaks the long, hard, arduous journey of change into bite-sized chunks, little pieces, that it makes it easier for them to digest. Change, as I said before, and I'll keep reiterating, is hard. It's difficult. The change process can be taxing. It can be, it can wear you down both physically and mentally if you let it. Breaking things down into milestones, bite-sized chunks, allows you not only to create a process for breaking the work down into smaller things, but also to give everybody a chance to see the progress that's been made and a place where they can celebrate that progress. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. Fourth thing that you need to do from a leadership perspective and leading change is to create a team of loyal lieutenants. That's your leadership team. Those are the folks who are going to help you in this journey of change, to keep the troops rallied, to keep the troops organized, to take on specific tasks that you can delegate to them, etc. So they're going to help you share the vision of where you're going. They're going to be your eyes, ears, mouth when you're not there. So when you're not there, they're the ones speaking that vision that you've established for the organization, up to that point. And they're going to make sure that everybody else knows very clearly, specifically, what their role is. They're going to be your trusted advisors, so that you need to make sure that you are taking and adhering to their advice, not dismissing it out of hand. They're going to be the ones that you're trusting to carry out the instructions and directions and strategies that you've created or established, or in some cases, the team as a whole, the leadership team as a whole is established. And so if you can't trust them to be able to do that, then you're not going to be able to have as much progress and definitely not as quick a progress that you would like to have in this journey of change. They're also the role models of the new way. So as you're creating this new organization, going toward this new change, they're the ones who are going to help you show everybody else what the right, correct behaviors are to be successful in this new journey, this new way, in this new life that you're creating with the change. So you want to make sure you're selecting people for this leadership team who role model those values, who role model those skill sets that are going to be important and critical. If you're saying, hey, going forward, what's going to be really important for us as an organization is that we are adaptable and that we are, quick, to make changes, and that we collaborate, in a teaming and teamwork environment. And everybody that you put on your leadership team, is just the opposite of that. Is stuck in their ways. Doesn't collaborate. Wants to work in a silo. People are going to look at you as like, well, wait a second. I thought we were supposed to be doing things different. But if you put people on that team, that leadership team, who role model the kind of behaviors, the kind of skill sets that you want, the organization as a whole to demonstrate, they will, one, get filtered through the rest of the organization faster, but it will also be an illustration of the success that they can have if they start adapting those same kinds of behaviors, those same kinds of skill sets, those same kinds of values. So you also, last and not least, about leadership, the leadership team, you need to make sure each one of them has a particular skill that you're going to need for this change journey. So there's the movie with Liam Neeson, Taken, where he says, I have a particular set of skills. You need to make sure each person you're selecting for this leadership team has a particular skill that is going to be necessary. And so that the team as a whole has all the skills that are going to be necessary for this change journey to be successful. So we've gone through 4 so far. 5th one, communication. So in real estate, they always talk about 3 important things, or location, location, location. Well, in change management, there are 3 important things: communication, communication, communication. You can't communicate enough. So you're going to take every opportunity to talk about a few things. You're going to take every opportunity to talk about your vision. So every chance you get out on the floor, with your entry level folks, with your managers, with your senior leadership group, with your customer base, with the market, every opportunity you get, you're going to talk about your vision of where this organization is going and why it's important for you to get there. You're going to talk about your progress every opportunity you get, how far you've come, what other things that what are all the things that you've accomplished. You're going to also want to talk about your setbacks every opportunity you can. Why? You think, well, that's negative. Why do we want to talk about that? Setbacks are important, one, to acknowledge that they've happened, because everybody knows that they've happened, but they're also an opportunity for reevaluation and for new strategies for success. But it's also important for you to understand the things that you overcome. So yes, it was a setback, but we overcame that. And now that's why we're here. And it talks about our resiliency and our strength and our determination and our discipline and all those other qualities that you want to make sure you're bringing out in your organization. Last but not least, within communication, you want to communicate about your heroes, the folks in the organization who've done, magnanimous things, wonderful things, things that should be celebrated, things that you want other people, to do and demonstrate. And they don't have to be monumental things in the sense of they cured cancer, but they have to be heroes because they exhibited the kinds of skills, the kind of qualities, the kind of attributes and personalities that you want the rest of the organization, to demonstrate. And yes, it's also nice, if they, have done something phenomenal, won a new client, solved, a huge problem within the business. But what you really want to celebrate is, the trait, the skill, the quality that they used that allowed for that success to happen. Because that's what people will take away, the story of how they got that success, because they'll want to emulate those kind of behaviors so that they can get that kind of a success in whatever aspect of the company they're responsible for. And then you want to celebrate the wins. It's an important piece of leadership. And it's an important piece of leadership for change. Because as I said before, it's hard. Change is really hard. And as I mentioned, it's going to wear on you mentally. Why are we going through all this? What's the point? When is this going to stop and end? When do we get there? When do we reach the promised land? And so you want to make sure you take every opportunity to celebrate the wins, small ones and big ones, to remind people why you're doing it, but also to highlight for folks, hey, there's some real good successes that we've had, and we know how to have fun in addition just to working hard. So that's an important piece of things. If you're not good at that, if you're not good at any one of these things I mentioned before, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be great at everything as a leader. What it is important is that someone in your organization and specifically on your leadership team is good at each and every one of these things, so that there's someone on your team who's great at communication. There's someone on your team that is great at showing folks the with them, what's in it for them, and being able to explain that. It's important that someone on your team is great at celebrating, being that cheerleader, that rah-rah person to rally folks and to make them feel good about the activities that have gone on and the successes that they've had. So don't feel like you've got to be every one of those pieces, but understand that you need to have within your leadership, your leadership team, somebody who has each one of these pieces. Last but not least, one of the things that you need to do through your leadership for change journey, institutionalize the progress and success. And this is where a lot of folks also fall down. They get to the end, they get to the objective or the vision that they've set, and they kind of go, whew, we're done. That's it. But what doesn't happen then is there's no institutionalizing. There's no solidifying of the progress and success that's taken place. And so there's a backslide. There's an old saying and kind of feeling that 21 days to make or break a habit. Well, what happens is if you take 21 days to make a habit, but then you don't do anything that keeps that habit in place, you start drifting away from it, and slowly but surely, poof, that habit is no more. And so institutionalizing the progress means you're going to create procedures to lock in the progress and to prevent setbacks. So when you've looked at where do we want to go, and you created actions to get you there, you're going to look at what is the process that will maintain that? What is the procedure that we need to have in place that's going to ensure that? And then you need to not only document those things, but then you need to incorporate those things in action, and you need to monitor those things, those procedures and those processes to make sure that folks are following through on them each and every day, through each and every situation. Now, the other reason that institutionalizing the progress is important, creating this process and procedure, is for culture. You want to create a culture that now, this is a new organization. We're about new things, and you want that culture to be reflective of this new place that you're in. Process and procedures are a great way, the perfect way to not only create culture, but to cement culture that just says, because we keep doing things this way, that culture stays, permanent and present. So these are, some of the basic steps that you need to take, some of the basic, attributes of leadership for change that you need to be putting in place. And remember, growth is change. So, when you're looking to grow your business, these are things that you need to make sure are in place. Now, some folks will say, well, what if I'm a solopreneur? I don't have a team. Well, you have a team. It's just not an internal team. So those who are your suppliers, depending on what you do, if you have a product versus a service.
I was born in a little village.
Those who are technical difficulty, that's okay. Those who are working with you along the way, or in partnership roles or strategic partner roles. So you can still take these actions when you're working with them in that respect as well, helping them to understand where you're trying to get to and the change that you're trying to incorporate. So appreciate you listening today. If you want to reach out to me, hear more about leadership for change, hear more about growing your business, ways or strategies to grow your business. I also do, some free growth assessments. So if you want to get that, service from me as well, or just say hello, you can reach me one of a few ways. One, you can go to my website. My website is solutionswithresults.com. It's all one word, solutionswithresults.com. Solutions is plural, results is plural. So solutionswithresults.com. You can email me at Sidney W. That's Sidney, SIDNEY W, at solutionswithresults.com. Again, Sidney W at solutionswithresults.com. Or you can call me at 718-791-8707. Again, that's in the US, so +1 718-791-8707. So again, appreciate you listening to my talk this afternoon. Look forward to hearing from you. And just remember, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. featuring the top most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.